Oh, nice call! Just on the edge from Alberca. Knowing his borders, knowing his limits. As they will take down this tier 1 tower, they can move to the bottom lane, focus on the other objective, the Tormentor. Exorcism will be available though, but Alberca is here once again. He's crash landing with his axe and being a complete nuisance to the enemy team. Team Grivnia, this is now an 8k lead. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to be doing? This is not funny anymore. This is no joke. That's a 10k gold on the TA in 15 minutes. And that's scary. Taunt will go out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dire's bottom tower is no more.
Well, I tried.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flames.
Oh, this is gonna be really rough for Team Grivnia to get back into this Gelcopter. We'll get that Manta. Queasy, Lord of Aethos almost finished. And as I said, another curveball, another dream call, and another kill secured. Alberca jumping in, looking for the dunk, but will not be able to. Oh, that's a nice Spirit Siphon. They will get till the end, but the curveball is just so annoying. Nikiku moving left and right. He got the shield as well, so no, nothing will be bothering him. Nice goal, Alberca, and they got the TA here as well. Oh, damn, wait a minute. That was really solid damage coming out from the Dark Below. But that's just a bittersweet kill or 2 kills. This is now really, really tough for Team Grivnia as the lead grows onto 10k gold between the two teams. Of course. DOTA2 is having a fantastic game so far. It's really enabling Shigetsu, and this is the best you can hope for as a Position 1 character player, having 14k gold after 19 minutes of gameplay. I was highlighting how Shigetsu being one of the prominent TA players, but I was not expecting this kind of power being brought to the table. 8 charges on the Desolator already. With 2 deaths, he's still operating with 14k gold. This is absolutely insane. Nicole arriving. I don't think the curveball connected, yeah. So he went out. Immediately retreating Witchblade. Curveball. Ah, that's a great opportunity. Till the end. What is that angle that he's coming from Alberca with the tank? He will secure another one, but the fear. Oh, Alberca is in serious trouble. Will pop the blade man, almost killing the task. That's the song of the siren. making sure that the retreat is gonna be safe. And oh my god, Nikiko is not stopping anytime soon. The TP is dead, the Arctic gets shut down, World G, and the last one standing is the gyrocopter. And he's in serious turmoil.
Is feeling its
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Fights for its life. Dire's
I mean, not really okay if you're rooting for Desire's side. Team Runa or Runa team taking down the first tier 2 tower in the game. Their tier 1 towers are just untouched.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flames.
Virgie. Is the power shot connecting again? Will pop the Shadow Realm turning into it. It's gonna be okay. Alberco is looking for additional kills though. Nikiko jumping deep. He knows that with the shield he's kinda untouchable. And not that Enchantress type of untouchable. And that's a weird jump on Alberco. But he got the surprise BKB. Something that Team Caribbean was not expecting, as they are being cornered at the Dire offlane outskirts. Nikiko is now unstoppable as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Wow, Nikiko. I mean, just styling on them. Wicked 6 streak. It started so well for Team Caribbean. You'll remember when I was talking about those 4 kills being on the Radiant and 8 for the Dire, and I was complaining because despite the kill difference, despite having the double the kills amount, the game was still pretty even if you look at from an experience or a net worth financial angle. And now Roshan is in serious trouble. Something that the TA is quite good at. Alberco helping out with the blade mail.
I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly.
Manta is gonna be boosting up your farm, but you really need that BKB as soon as possible because huge amounts of magic damage.
Tower is under attack.
Big.
Dire's middle tower is learning. Dire's middle tower has been uprooted.
Big danger. Revenant's brush purchased. And Nullifier is gonna be the next item.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh no, how are you getting back into this Team Grifnia? I mean, your high ground possibilities are not as bad as you would be expecting them. I would rate, never mind, Queasy just finds another kill. Nikiko. The Pangolier gets shut down, just purchased the Blink, so he will not have buyback available.
Dire's middle barracks stand on a knife.
That is just rough. And it really feels like it's just borderline GG, 24k gold difference. We just cannot really fight without the Pangolier. And Runa team is just crazily snowballing themselves into victory here. They will never find our cave, of course. Curveball really working. Well, they have to try at least once. Team Green is grouping up to fight with the Pangolier. The Exorcism is gonna be ready as well as the cooldown. Double the life. Or double the lives on this Templar assassin. Alberca. Don't think his right clicks onto the buildings are that necessary.
Dire's top
No? BRT will secure the camp. Going a bit deep. Ah, nice call onto the DP as the exorcism wouldn't be available. Well, he buys back, so the opportunity is going to be on the horizon as well. Demaniac taking a lot of damage. The puck is going to be stunned. That's the Song of the Siren, and now they are locking down. And the exorcism and the DP is gone. The gyrocopter, nice fear though. This is maybe salvageable team fight. Never mind. She gets to just arrive. Ricky go on the back line, squeezing with the triple, and they will just completely trash Team Gravnia in game one. Oh, what a wonderful game being played here by Runa team. But you really gotta feel bad for Team Gravnia. I mean, the opportunity was definitely there. I mean, you had a very nice early game. It's something you are so good at, something that you can always rely on. But it's Welcome back to map number 2 between Runa team and Team Grivnia. We are jumping into the drafting stage immediately, as we have Team Grivnia picking up the Ancient Apparition, the Pangolier, and the Tusk. Tusk for Runa, and the Tiny for Team Grivnia, as the Pugman Rise too. Some mixed feelings. I mean, Pugna is always good. I mean, it's going position 4 more than likely. We'll see. Might be a tough one. Depends on where the Tiny is going, right? Pangolier can be played on. More than likely, it's going to be on the mid lane again. As we remember, as we are recollecting our previous, what happened in the previous game, we all remember that solo kill actually that the Pangolier have gotten against the Pug. So who knows? Maybe it's just the right choice, and it was just having a bad game. That Prophet and Puck, Tusk coming out as well. What do you want for Runa team here? More than likely, a support hero will be coming out. Support hero that can set up for for the Dead Prophet. So I'm thinking about something that can stun. I'm thinking about something that can slow or lock down. Yeah, I mean that can stun, that can lock down, but it cannot slow you down. Well, actually it can, because turning away from him, if you get this particular facet, it's going to be really tough. So Enigma, more than likely, is going to be played on position 4, as Tusk will be 5, Buck mid, Dead Prophet, or Deed Prophet on the off lane. And we are looking for a carry hero for Runa team. While on Team Grivnia, I feel like the Tiny is going to be the carry. And we are expecting an offlaner coming in. Yep. Runa team. What are you thinking here? Ursa gets banned. Ursa could have been good. I mean, it can remove the Siphoning Ward easily. I'm actually wondering what's left in the pool. What's left that might be good here? Sven is not banned, right? Bonus time is being consumed as they make their decision on the ban. Reserve time will be still available, and it will. Oh, yes. I love this hero. The Runa team, Team Purple, Void, Enigma, Buck, Dead Prophet, Team Purple, and all of these heroes are looking right. Team Grivnia, you gotta do something here. You gotta do something, because this is not looking good. Lockdown after lockdown after lockdown after lockdown. It's not a problem if you lock the Enigma in, as long as he got the Midnight Pulse committed. Same idea for That Prophet Exorcism in Kunkka. I don't feel like this is a good thing. I think it's gonna be one of those Runa team snowball kind of stuff again. Maybe Team Grivnia can have a grip on the early game. Maybe they can get some chances, better chances than the previous game, and maybe open up some opportunities of taking the advantage and carrying it into the mid game. We'll see. Team Livia, as they are really good in the early game, they have good early game heroes. I mean, they are scaling really well. Kunka, Tiny, Pangolier. We'll see. Runa team. It feels like a Runa team, you need some of those items to be effective, like the Faceless Void, 2 or 3 items, Enigma, a Blink basically, or Blink BKB. Nikki Cool needs a Witchblade as well, and some defensive items if it's necessary. And H2O will play the Death Prophet in this one. As Alberca takes on the Enigma. Okay. I see. Therefore I am. Well, that's not the correct statement, but yeah. Oh, game 2 coming right up. Runa team being on the Radiant side once again, which is going to be the left, the green, if you are not familiar with Dota. And the dire side, the red, is going to be Team Grivnia, as we need 1 additional minute of pastime for our friends at Team Grivnia. You are wasting your life? Oh, don't take it personally. We got a Grandmaster Pugna player, War G, and we got the Grandmaster Faceless Void player by Shigetsu. Always a pleasure to get accompanied by Grandmaster players. I don't have the chat open this time, but I actually wanted to hold a competition. Which one of you can guess my only Grandmaster hero? But let's not do that this time. Maybe next time. If you're just joining now, this is EPL, of course, the European part, European region, and we got some heroes already here on Runa team, being on the Radiant side again. Thanks God he picked up the Chronosphere Facet. And this time, well, that has been more than 1 minute. Admin? No, I'm just joking. GWR, also known as Go Early. Let's go. Team Graveyard. Can they get that good early game? Can they get that good early game rolling? Can they get that good early game to take down towers? Can they get that good early game to take objectives? We'll see. We'll decide. Runa team, their draft is a bit greedy. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort. And it's quite skill-based. So it's just really more obvious. It's just really more down to earth. It's just really more honest what Team Grigno wants to out of this game. If you are thinking about map 2, Spirit Collector for till the end. And that's the late smoke. Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, Malaf is side shot. Okay, no. They will make the big rotation, but they're not expecting the ancient apparition to be here cutting down trees. Oh, it's not breaking the smoke. Alberca is dancing. Dancing. Oh, no way. He just stole that. No way. There's gonna be 4 bounty runes once again going in favor of Runa team. Are you serious? No. No, once again. Losing focus. God damn it. Team 3. Really experiencing troubles here. I mean, Safely Kunkka. Quite good against the Eidolons. So we got till the end. Position 5, yeah, I mentioned this. What might not be the best idea at all. What Truna team can come up with. Drawing the creep aggro behind the tower is a great idea. If you are battling with a vicious foe, like the Kunkka.
Dire's courier has been slain. A tactical victory. Dire's middle tower.
The end of story. Trees being cut down. The field of vision. And spotting some of those enemy heroes are much more easier and convenient for actually both of these teams, but especially for the Dire. The tree line is kind of favoring them. With that tree line should be cut down, I mean. As I said, Runa team, they're heroes. They need time. They need items. Well, on the other, they are not. It's not really a necessity. It's not really mandatory to be purchasing some of those early game items, and we're relying on them. Double jump in the story. You know what should be really funny? The Tiny getting killed 2 times. The Tiny getting a kill 2 times in a row. Previous game with the Bangalore, this time with the Tiny. I think Mikiko was more careful about what he's going to be doing this game. No kill so far, by the way. Did I jinx it? That Prophet is going to be in trouble. Pagna getting low as well. What's happening on this bottom lane? Heroes going crazy. Quizzic are harping low. He's freezing to death right now. "27 lost hits on the Enigma, 9 denies." The troll summoner actually Gets it as in snare. Oh, he's gonna be in trouble, but the ice shards missing out. The torrent connecting. And oh, those Eidolons are just gone. Blood grenade, and Shigetsu will find first blood onto Urchi. Till the end, throwing some of his own blood on the field. Alberca, just one more right click, I think he's gonna die as well, but they will exchange his death for the RT. And Lotuses are gonna be spawning, so Radiant can secure on both sides. Paw looking to force out Queasy from this pool. Queasy? Is he dead? No, he's okay. Okay, now it's too cold. The end of story will go down. One more right click will do the job as Shigetsu is there for the follow up. Keep cool with the rotation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alberca might just be in trouble here once again. All of the Eidolons are being removed. And now Runa team is suffering another death on the Enigma. I mean, we have seen this before. In game 1, Axe flashbacks. Got that deja vu feeling about this Flame. But worked wonders in the end. Might just be the same case, but look at that Pangolier suffering only 2k gold, 2.2k gold so far for him. That's why many people still consider Pangolier base hero rather. DRT, there's a rotation till the end. They will pop the drums and Alberca, they will secure the kill. Drums coming out and they put in the rotation. This was really smart as Virgie is just late to the party. A nice one from Runa. And already a 2k lead assembled.
Got it.
The Manyaig is in serious trouble as Shigetsu is arriving as well. No Chronos freeze necessary, but Paw finds another. They will leave Alberca alone as DRT joining in as well. They will get the kill with the aid of the Pugna.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Got the other face it this time, not the curd wall.
Dire's middle tower is
I mean,
under attack. No gale can stop the flames.
not like I have anything against the curd ball, but you should really buff it up to be actually a useful facet that you should be considering as a valid option.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
Oh, locking in. Ice shards and the spirit siphon is not dealing percentage based damage anymore, but it's still really good as the rotations are gonna be made. Here comes the end of story. But that rolling thunder is really slow. Till the end will still die though. Queasy, and they got the skill ham. Queasy, can he TP away? Yes, he can. Oh, almost going down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe tower is under attack.
Dream call available. Oh, that's the Void Hammer. It's such a good item. Looks really cool. You just cannot be more greedy than this. The end of story might just be in a little bit of a trouble. Chronosphere will get placed and they will secure the skill with the ultimate. And maybe they can besiege the Stone Tower as well. Look at the siege keep joining in and Albert dying again, but we're kind of used to it now, right? It's one of his game plan. It's in his game plan, rather.
Dire's middle tower is learning to fear. The Dire's hide has grown thin. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Literal, but will go down eventually. No escape. Forward G. Oh, and Alberca is joining in as well. Got the black hole if they want to commit, but the tiny goes down as well, and the free kick gold lead once again assembled for Runa team. Oh no no no. And this time they are ahead by kills as well.
The dusk is always ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast. Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flames.
Prize.
4k gold lead even. Maelstrom finished, BKB next for Shigetsu. Tusk got the phase boots and the Cobalt Cup. Once again, this farm on Shigetsu is showing up. Something he's really good at. Messing up huge amounts of gold in the early game. We all remember his 10k gold on the TA, the previous game in 15 minutes. Can he repeat that? I don't think so, but it's gonna be around 17 for sure. Black hole up, Chronosphere ready, Dream Coil available, and Exorcism up in 20 as well. So smoke should be imminent. As talking about smoke, it's gonna be imminent from the other team. Let's see if the Team Premium can find any success, or it's just gonna be a blunder. Smoke on smoke action.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alberca once again is in trouble. The Manyai can get away. The RT, the snowball is there, but the follow-up is not as good. Chronosphere onto 1, but it's not really the best idea. Jinko committed. This teamfight is not looking as good as I was expecting. I mean, 2 ultimates already blown. They got the exorcism. The end of story arriving, and Shigetsu is here as well. Tusk rolling forward, and they will get the end of story. Can they move on to Virgie? I don't think so. That he's gonna stay alive. Make it cool with a double. On a killing spree now, actually. Rune. Shrine of Wisdom secured. Till the end, first item Glimmer Caves. And he's gonna be thrown around, but Roshan doesn't see him because of the Glimmer Cape. Till the end now, hoping for the best. Oh my god. The Roche denied. or till the end.
Radiant's middle tower has
Oh my
fallen.
god.
There is still much to be done. Radiant's courier has been slain. Radiant's bottom
Till the
tower
end.
is under attack. There is little it
Looking
can
for
do.
the end of story. For the silence a bit late. I actually used to love the the other silence when you were insta-casting it on the given area. Those were better times, in my opinion. Timaniaik revealing once again that he has the Blink Dagger indeed. Queasy. Quite troublesome. Ice shards. He's buying a lot of time, but where's the rotation? It's not coming. It's not coming. And Shigetsu. Oh, he was so close to go down. And now with the perfect Chronosphere, he's looking for another kill. Virgie's dead already. 25 seconds without him. Rikiku found the solo count to the mid lane. As the end of story might just be able to get away from this. Does he have a double jump on the end? Oh, but the black hole! Locking him in. Making sure that he's not gonna run away. And not gonna escape like the faceless void raid. Unfortunate events. That was really a faceless void kill there. But you know, one click of a button, two clicks of a buttons, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the Chronosphere.
What have we here?
We should really get sponsored by Pepsi or Coca-Cola. I'm always giving them this advertisement spot. Glimmer came, but here comes the end of story, slowing them down with the diffusal blade, but the protection, the pipe, prolonging the inevitable, as it keeps till the end alive. Ice shards missing, but a dream coil onto two as Alberca is getting those right clicks in with the Eidolons as they secure the position 5, Death Prophet, and they'll move on to another one. 3 kills for Team Alberca picking up 2 with the Eidolons. And this was all done with just only 2 ultimates. It's not like they are committed their full armory. It was just the Dream Call basically. And the Exorcism, I mean, kinda. Rolling forward, maybe it's not a good idea. Nikiku is getting low. Yep, Krizi is now regretting his choice.
Tower is under attack.
As the TP back home is gonna be the safe bet for Nikiku. Runa team. DRT might just be in trouble. He needs that right click or just Chronosphere him. I mean, why not? Or you're lucky enough with the right clicks. Slowing down those projectiles. This was actually really scary. Imagine like a tiny TPing in and getting the skill. Shigetsu is really playing borderline. Ah, Dreamball, 1, 2, 3. It's a thing of beauty. Watching this spot play again till the end arrives. Triple silence on top of them, and he keeps Squeezy alive for the Glimmer Cape long enough to enable him. Nicky Cool though, that was all he had. They need the TPs, they need the Faceless Void. I can see him coming. The Faceless Void is coming. And that's the black hole. Oh, nice Torrent though, but she gets you still holding on to the Chronosphere, which is not even necessary. Alberca dies again, but you're kind of used to that. Squeezy went down in the beginning of the team fight, then no Chronosphere committed. 3 kills once again. It's just always the same story. 3 kills for Runa, 2 kills for Team Grivnia. Blink now available on Alberca. Got the pipe, got the drums, got the blink, and Plasma up and running on Nicky Cool.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do. Radiant's bottom tower is now but kindling.
Now Berka suffering from some internet issues, more likely. Oh, he's back. Wait, what? Putska? That's basically what he said. Putska. You know, sometimes, switching to the Cyrillic keyboard and switching back to the Latin alphabet might be troublesome for some of these players. I mean, basically for all of them. I think they're ready to go, so it's just all about Team Grivnia, but they need an additional second. 6k gold ahead, Faceless Void on top, Chronosphere available, Dream Coil up, as well as the Exorcism. Let's go. No, that's the Chronosphere. On to the most important kills out of all. And they will secure paw, and I think they can just go to Roche. Honestly, they got the drums, they got the pipe. Snowball, DRT is in trouble. Quick kill. He has just given up. And here they go. Here they come. Going at Roche. Making sure to get their way. And look at this. Oh, look at this honest pressure onto the Roche. Some really nice damage, and they will secure the first rush for Shigetsu taking the Aegis. And oh, we've just found another Nikiko. It's almost a solo kill. It's a solo kill. Own Age. This till the end position 5 Dead Prophet seems to be working. Nikiko, immaculate performance 8-0. Oh, got this Sanjin Yashi, but still struggling. What's the next item for this Spark? Octarine Core, Aether Lance, Aeon Desk. Why?
I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling short. Dire's middle tower is learning to fear. under attack. Dire's bottom tower is no more.
Always ready for a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. His shell encroaches. Dire's middle tower is under attack. No barrier can stop the flames.
No chronosphere, no black hole.
See the Radiant's
So
top
the
tower.
Penguin can TP back home safely. As the BKB Mjolnir being picked up. Nullifier will be the next target. For sure gets you level 18 in 25 minutes. Uh-oh. Well, that is all happening without any serious commitment from these huge ultimates.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. No tree shall ever grow there.
Oh, she gets you? They really need this skill. But they are unsure about the others. Shigetsu is playing like they are there, but they are not there. But he doesn't care. He's 1 versus 4. Pops the BKB. And gets out. Like, why? What? It's like I'm watching a pub game. Oh, Team Grivnia, this is not going according to your plans. Enigma getting the Aether Lance now. Debatable, but still a good item. There's a tier 2 tower on the top. Gonna be taken down. That's the last one outstanding. Page is still up for 50. DRT deleted. She gets you sieging this tower. Black hole into the end of story. Uh-oh. Team Grivnia just on the brink of getting to you out here. Now this is your time now, but the Tiny is dying. I was about to say no League ultimates available on the sides of the Radiant. Chronosphere's on cooldown, Exorcism to Tranquil, and the Black Hole as well. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter anymore as Shigetsu is besieging another lane, top lane secured. He's now a bit more careful, but he's still got the BKB and the Chronosphere. He can always commit. What is the Tusk doing back there? Looking for heroes? One more team fight, one more chance. That's all they got on Team Grivnia. Will they be good enough to fight onto and fight into Runa team just one last time and maybe force the game to go a bit longer, force the game to be a bit closer. Mjolnir, Nullifier, BKB, Satanic, everything is there. That's the wraparound, that's your chance. Oh, but the snowball save, and that is no way out. They're frozen though, and that's Rolling Thunder onto 2. The chain stun onto the Faceless Void, but he's gonna be popping. I think the Shigetsu is dead. He's burning now. No! Oh no, the Ice Blast expired. Shigetsu is completely fine, and now with the Exorcism and the Spirit Siphon arriving, Shigetsu is not even necessary to cast any of the big ultimates as the GG gets called. Team Anyaik and the rest of the squad of Team Grifnia tapping out as we will see this game go 2-0 in the favor of Runa team. I mean, what else to say? This was just a better Dota being played on the left side. Radiant achieving a 2-0 victory in the first match today. Don't go anywhere. We'll have another one coming up in 1 hour and 70 minutes. And other than that, we'll see each other in Americas or in Southeast Asia. See you guys there. GG.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, hello and welcome once more to the European Pro League season number 27, as we got ourselves the final best of 3 for the day already, as things are just slowly kind of warming up here for the next season. It is gonna be Quantum up against Team Lynx. Quantum, of course, pretty kind of mid-team, and I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way, but they're just exactly stuck at that middle of the tier 2 bracket where they aren't really moving up, they aren't really moving down. They're just kind of, consistently mid, I guess. And they are very consistent. They do know both which heroes they're good at playing and they excel with, and kind of how to draft around them as well. Shadow Shaman, Lina as well as an X, great setup, great damage potential. Lynx, however, they got the most meta prevalent hero ever with a great synergy. Death Prophet, and then to boast with the Death Prophet and IO. So Sniper banned out. I think that makes a lot of sense given that Sniper is both a decent Death Prophet counter and a great answer to, having an IO drafted against you. Because you can assassinate somebody and then IO teleports away and then you fire the assassinate after IO teleported away. Which I think is hilarious, but yeah, I like getting rid of the Sniper. Quantum, meanwhile, take away the Urza, great counter for the X, as well as the Marcy. Marcy has been doing decently this patch. We've seen her a lot on the road to TI qualifiers. Marcy Death Prophet, of course, is just super nasty because Death Prophet benefits from a ton of extra movement speed, a great stun setup. And altogether, okay, Puck banned out for the last ban. Nothing special there. Because, yeah, Puck great at getting on top of those squishy heroes, great at dealing with both Lina and Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman not able to cast anything if Puck is just sitting on top of him, running him down. Lynx. They need a carry, though, some kind of late game insurance and sufficient scaling to make sure that they're not gonna fall off. They're gonna keep the ball rolling. It will be a gyrocopter instead. So it looks like Team Lynx are doubling down on the 25-30 minute end game timing you can have in the current patch, where you just overwhelm your enemy with momentum. Gyrocopter, an interesting pick. I mean, Death Prophet, Centaur War Runner, decent push already. I kind of get why they want to go for the Gyrocopter and just force objectives. But Quantum, without much hesitation, they respond with the CTC Queen of Pain, immediately having a very reliable answer with the Scream and just tons of damage that Queen of Pain threatens early on in the game, especially before that level 12 kind of after level 12 as well for the Quab, but I mean mostly before everybody else is level 12, right? That's where Queen of Pain excels. And we'll see whether it'll be enough to slow down the Death Prophet sufficiently, because of course Death Prophet is absolutely busted this patch, and we see her win time and time again. I don't think that is gonna change much. But yeah, as far as which draft I favor, I do think I'm gonna give it to Lynx. Lynx, though, do need to play pretty fast and in your face, but 7 Jesu on the Gyrocopter is gonna do exactly that. Stonebank, of course, probably playing for the mid game on the Centaur anyways. And then you got Mellow Jewel, who the moment you pick up level 2 Haunt, or level 2 Exorcism, I mean, you can just deal with the towers, having a crap ton of ghosts. It will probably be that hero kills leading to extra ghosts talent or facet as well, just to make sure that you push down towers even faster, that you add even more pressure to the side of Team Lynx. Because, yeah, they're all about the objective gaming. Quantum, not so much, but they have a Shadow Shaman, so if they win a team fight and don't have to expend the Serpent Wards, then you can always throw the Mass Serpent Wards onto a tower, make sure you got massive amounts of tower damage to just kind of get objective after objective. As, I don't know, I do think that draft-wise, it is slightly favorable here, but just having a slight draft advantage for the side of Team Lynx not from anything, because like I keep saying, they need to get their heroes online, they need to get their heroes to pop off, especially that Death Prophet. In Road to TI had like a 70% win rate almost at the start of it, but still lost game. Like, it's not a perfect hero, kind of for the same reason that Juggernaut or, all the other momentum-based carries aren't perfect, because if you steal their momentum, you steal their game. Quantum, though, immediately smoking up, looking for a very aggressive initiation where they can. That is gonna be a 5-man smoke to get on top and into the enemy triangle. Quantum, interesting positioning. If they're gonna stand here, they're gonna have to wait for a little while for somebody
30
to walk up.
seconds to battle.
Draft-wise, things are still looking, you know, pretty much as you'd expect as far as the starting items goes. Nobody queuing up anything funky. Because I know there's like a very funny build for the Death Prophet where you skip the boots entirely and just go for a super early Blink Dagger to go on top of people. But I think that didn't prevail really. As the creeps have spawned though, Gyrocopter IO making their way down the top lane. And yeah, Gyrocopter IO plus a Death Prophet over on the mid lane means 2 lanes are just gonna be absolute lane dominators, right? You can already see how the Queen of Pain takes a ton of right clicks from the Death Prophet there. Gyro IO just holding top and being chill about it. Like, this lane until after level 12 just cannot be beat. Sure, maybe you can kill Janu Pro once, maybe you can deny Jezu some farm, but at the end of the day, they're always going to be doing massive harass, they're always going to be out-sustaining you, no matter who you are, basically. And Janu Pro, as you can see, just being cancerous on that IO of his. Now, before Janu started playing competitively, like, what's his name, just Janu without the Pro after it? That's the real questions. But yeah, Jezu enjoying the constant sustain. Io, meanwhile, got battle hungered, instantly took 1 creep, and is just gonna resume sustaining up the gyrocopter. I wonder if Io is gonna feed the first blood playing with such low health. Then again, the value that he's giving to the gyrocopter is freaking insane. Queen of Pain, meanwhile, got awfully low there, but was waiting for the bottle to be delivered to snatch up this water rune immediately. Heal up back to full. Looking at the lasts though, you can see why Death Prophet just sees so much play and getting banned this patch. Bellany having a decent time on that Shadow Demon of his too. No first blood yet though. Which, I mean, is kind of unsurprising given that there's an axe against Io Gyrocopter. But the fact that Razorblade hasn't walked out of position is still very, very nice. Since the moment there's a first blood, that's when Team Lynx can just start snowballing. And knowing that Quantum, trying to keep the laning stage quiet, at the very least until Queen of Pain can start rotating and going for ganks. Axe, however, finds a decent catch onto Jezu there, just doing a bit of harass though as Io immediately comes in, starts sustaining him up. Janu Pro gonna get hit a little bit for that, so will Jezu. As you can see, the heals are just too immense. with the flag cannon coming out to make sure that Jezu is still maintaining decent GPM and farm. More noticeably, Io has not body blocked Gyrocopter even once, which I think is impressive. Like, sure, they haven't gotten much value out of that tether slow and out of getting the tether onto enemies either, but just not body blocking your lane and making sure that stays sturdy is usually enough to gain a significant advantage for the Gyrocopter GPM wise, and given that he's on top of last hits, thus far it's working. Lina kind of being close to him though, and Lina is not something to underestimate, because this Lina is gonna come online incredibly fast and pop off really hard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
While Gyro, Io are getting chased after. And yeah, that's the one thing about the IO. He's never gonna be allowed to leave this lane to kind of share XP or whatever, right? He just needs to be there with the Gyrocopter, kind of the one drawback of the hero. Whereas Tusk can rotate at some point if this Lina keeps farming this well, because switching to net worth, you can see Lina is on top of it. Having the slightly less regen intensive lane than this Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter though, Falcon Blade completed, will have himself a decent bit of farming speed. Six minutes without a first blood. I wonder how much longer Quantum are just gonna be alright with keeping things slow and quiet. Because at some point the relocate is gonna come available. At some point the exorcism level 2 is gonna be there as well. Like, sure, not having an aggressive early game from Lynx is really good. Lynx not having any deaths until the mid game though is really bad, because in the mid game you're gonna see a lot of push and a lot of pressure being delivered from the Death Prophet alone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe Io is gonna split off and kind of go with the Death Prophet then, while Gyrocopter just goes jungle to solo farm. Alternatively, they're just gonna reload in the Gyrocopter, of course. Kill people that way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jezu trying to opt for the power threat, while Death Prophet Aghanim Scepter Rush. Pretty much just following the meta Meadow Jewel. Having a really good time after the laning stage of Queen of Pain, already being significantly behind.
Fit for a queen.
Lina farming up.
Radiant's bottom tower is
8 minutes, no first blood. Bottom tower, however, starting to get pressured as Jazz kind of disappointed not having found anyone with the gank, but it's still gonna be excellent tower damage. Meanwhile, Lina comes in and Bellany, stuck out of position with the tag team, is gonna die. That is gonna be Lucas getting the first blood. Exactly what Quantum have been looking for. Jazzu meanwhile just helping Stonebank get the tower here, but Stonebank decides screw it, presses the ultimate. Everybody groups up onto Lucas, kills off Lucas for taking that first blood. Nice return kill, exorcism out from the Death Prophet as well, making sure to chip through those heroes, getting Mellow Jewel a double kill. As Razorblade, triple for Mellow. And yeah, this is kind of what I've been waiting for from Lynx. Like, this is just what the draft is supposed to do, right? They took them a while. They were very much susceptible to Quantum just kind of delaying the lanes, drawing the game out as much as humanly possible. Gyrocopter meanwhile starting to queue up the crits just to make sure he gets maximum farming speed. It's not like there's any threat of evasion early on either. Queen of Pain meanwhile. I haven't really seen the big Queen of Pain ultimate yet. That's the next thing I'm waiting for. Just co-op to blink in, scream at people, and get some kills that way. Since if you could pick a Queen of Pain, you always gotta play around the momentum, and you can't really kill off this Death Prophet, right?
Dire's middle tower is learning to fear. I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly.
Top tier 1 meanwhile being almost finished off by the Gyrocopter, but in come 3 people trying to kill off his IO. Gyrocopter still doing a lot of damage, holding it off. In comes Queen of Pain with the ultimate, Bellany there with the save, and IO relocates him out to the fountain. I think they're just gonna bring back the Gyrocopter, right? Yep. In comes the Gyrocopter together with the IO. IO still heating him up with that fountain region. Means Gyro isn't really gonna go down even against 4 people who are instead then turning around, hitting the IO, getting at least 1 kill that way. Though Shadow Shaman not long for this world, and Gyrocopter wants to chase for more, gets close enough to the X for the Rocket Barrage, but doesn't have vision up the ward spot, has to back off. IO for Shadow Shaman. Pretty much 50-50 trade, not a big deal there.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
As Queen of Pain looking to go for Dagon level 1, just getting that extra spell dice on burst up.
Tower has fallen. Their defense has weakened.
Co-op needs the extra damage because there's already a 2k gold lead on the side of Lynx, and Lynx are really only gonna print more money with this Gyrocopter IO combo. Gyro Aghanims to accelerate his farm even further. I wonder if like Lina is gonna go for any kind of big farming item, because generally speaking I do feel like this is a Lina Maelstrom game or whatever, right? Get yourself some creep farming speed up and running. And yeah, there's the Maelstrom purchase from the Lina, so Lina will go for a farming item. It's gonna be Lina 1 delaying the game even further. Just kind of making sure that you don't let Gyrocopter free farm way faster than you. And there's gonna be a 3-man smoke up from the side of Quantum. They really want to catch the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter meanwhile just farming some jungle with his IO though. Jazzu. Gyro is one of his better heroes, but 3 people are eventually gonna catch on to him with the big Shadow Shaman ward committed, as well as the Queen of Pain. Yeah, there is no escape. 2k gold lead for the side of Lynx, but they did just lose their carry, which I don't think they're too happy about. Death Prophet now sitting on top of net worth. And yeah, Death Prophet is the kind of hero where farming isn't the issue. The problem is, even if you farm entirely for free and have just kind of a very clean, very good game for the Death Prophet, you're still gonna eventually fall off, right? After 3 or 4 big items, depending on which build you're going for, you are gonna fall off on that Death Prophet. And I don't think this is the kind of game where you necessarily have to build Eul's either. I'd like Death Prophet to just go maximum tank, maybe even in either lens. But you gotta play around the fear here. To interrupt the Shadow Shaman, to make X walk away after he calls in the middle of you. And it's decent against Lina as well. But the other build would be the Blink Dagger to help catch Lina, get the silence and the drain on top of her. As Roshan opened up upon by Lynx. Lynx still enjoying having the way superior aggression. And with the exorcism committed, is Roshan dying at 14 minutes 30. It's gonna be an amazing Aegis and Aghanim timing for the Death Prophet actually. Axe gets a Blink Dagger, not the worst timing in the world either. How hard his lane is. Being able to initiate, being able to at least go for the multi-hero calls is huge. Shadow Shaman wants a Blink Dagger of his own. Shadow Shaman Blink is pretty freaking meta these days, right? Lina with the Falcon Blade into Maelstrom. Wants the Hurricane Pike. And yeah, Lucas needs to be sufficiently greedy for sure. Has teleport boots, has a Maelstrom. So as far as the farm items go, he should be able to keep up with this Gyrocopter. Two-man smoke though from the side of Lynx, who are just going in deep behind their Death Prophet, kind of hoping they can catch anyone off guard. And if nobody's coming to defend, Death Prophet's slowly gonna siege the bottom tower as they realize 2 people are top. As Gyrocopter caught, 3 people surrounding him, and there is a beautiful Scream of Pain. Queen of Pain getting massive damage, making sure to nuke Gyrocopter as well before IO can get the save off. As Tusk dies, but in exchange for both supports, Centaur Warrunner gets one. Death Prophet, however, respawns and just dies. Mellow Jewel, nothing more he can do to defend himself. He has an Aghanim Scepter, but against Shadow Shaman holding people down while Lina delivers the burst damage.
The trees whisper of a strategy. Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can stop the flames.
And looking at the gold swing. About 2,000 going back in favor of Quantum. They now almost have the gold lead back to a full 50-50. More importantly, Lina gets the Dragonlance and will be even scarier in the next team fight. And this Queen of Pain pick has paid off after all. CTC, sure, he did take a minute to start finding the big ultimates and start initiating with his team really. But from the moment he did, especially with level 12 now being there, he's just gonna become such a big threat and kind of keep Death Prophet in her place. Centaur looking to go for the Aghanims. Personally, I'm a big fan. Since yeah, he's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Blade Mail, that's pretty much everything you need. And then he's even got a Heaven's Halberd to boast. Just to make sure that Lina can't be too scary, as a Hard L takes a Hard L to the face in the shape of a double edge. Queen of Pain Just going power crest Gyrocopter though. Finally finishing his Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
And Jesu, I wonder if he's gonna go BKB next immediately, or whether he wants to go for the lifesteal first. And that's gonna be a 3-man smoke up from the side of Quantum. Quantum making sure to get that Blink Dagger X behind the top push. Kill wise, we're at exactly a 50-50 right now. Quantum seem very intent on getting this Tormentor. But that means Lynx definitely know what's going on, and they are bringing their heroes into the area. As the Tormentor is up. And the teams are so close to clashing, but yet so far. Hardal, the one to run up, immediately gets silenced by the Death Prophet. Death Prophet held down by the Shadow Shaman though, but Razorblade, not long for this world, with the Flag Cannon damage from the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter being healed by the Eye of the moment the Culling Blade comes through. Tusk buys back, but for what really? The Shadow Shaman ultimate has one more hit on it, zoning everybody away from the Tormentor. But Death Prophet really wants this Lina, goes on top of her with the ultimate. Lina though, saved by the Tusk. Gyrocopter and Io still behind, but too far behind to do anything for Bellany there. Bellany goes down on the Shadow Demon. Not a clean fight by Lynx. Lynx, they're still ahead, thanks to Hardal having used the buyback before, but yeah, they need to escape, need to play very defensively until at least one hero respawns here. Centaur comes back, immediately comes back in as well. Since the prospect of a Tormentor is extremely scary, but Lina, with her teammates backing her up, is gonna take it. We'll see if Lynx at least can commit and get some follow-up kills, but it's not looking like it. Quantum got themselves the gold lead against Gyro, against the super aggressive early to mid game from the side of Lynx. Quantum, even just briefly, managed to secure themselves a proper lead. Very happy with that. Gyrocopter did go for the instant BKB and will have that one completed. Now that he has all the damage in the world. Axe looking for a BKB as well. Centaur about to complete a pipe in just a little bit. And it looks like everybody, okay, fair enough, everybody's just gonna get their BKBs out of the way early this game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Queuing them as their third item. I mean, if you're getting pipes like Centaur, and I think Tusk or Axe will as well, then yeah, BKB makes a lot of sense here. Otherwise, I think the magic damage is too big to just have a BKB and get absolutely melted by the Gyrocopter Rocket Barrage still. Because keep in mind, it only takes away 50% of the damage these days. Gyro immediately forced to press his BKB as he loses his Wisp, but will be able to teleport out. 9-second BKB for Gyro to live. Could be a lot worse. Still a kill on the Wisp, which I think Quantum are gonna be very happy with. They'll immediately chain it into a follow-up on the Death Prophet over on mid lane, and Death Prophet explodes rather quickly to this massive Shadow Shaman ward. (12-10). Quantum definitely severely favored in the kill department. If they can just keep this gyrocopter shut down. Since Lucas is already level 18 and hitting extremely hard. Also somebody saying OG flashbacks, oh boy. Yeah, OG had, let's just say, an interesting run in Road to TI. I recommend everybody watch the replays who's like into competitive Dota. Gyro going Saint and Yasha. It looks like Lynx trying to completely play around the timing here. Roshan. Able to stay alive. For now. Still, he has a cheese and an Aegis. Both teams very much want to kill him. They just know that the other are there. Four-man smoke towards the top to kind of fend off the gyrocopter while pushing. And hope that somebody runs into it, but nobody dares come up this high ground, of course. A little heart in chat. And chat is saying Lynx has better late game. I'm inclined to agree, mostly with the Divine Rapier though. Without Divine Rapier it's pretty 50-50, given how strong Lina is in the late game as well. Speaking of Lina, Mjolnir gonna get completed at a decent rate. Roshan though, getting contested by the Gyro IO. They have decent damage into the Roche. Tusk is gonna scout it out as out comes the four-man smoke from the side of Quantum. Quantum, they need to interfere before it goes down though. Gyro. Close but no cigar. Quantum taking the time to wrap around, about to initiate. Will scout out that Roche is low, and in comes Hardal snatching the Aegis, snatching the Roshan kill. In comes the Shadow Shaman as well. Aegis immediately drops, but it's only the Aegis for Death Prophet and Io already both being dead. Centaur trying to kill out the Shadow Shaman, but Gyrocopter already dies. Shadow Shaman manages to juke away, will get to live. And out come a bunch of tips. Hard L getting 2, CFC getting 1. Well deserved, all of them as well. Quantum managed to take a significant lead for the first time in this game, and this significant lead is not gonna go unpunished.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can stop the flames. The Dire have fortified their grove. Dire's middle tower
Fortification coming out. Lina with the Mjolnir about to do even more tower damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. shall ever grow there.
And we're up to a 5k gold lead. That's what I mean. Gyrocopter late game is questionable without the Divine. Gyro is building up towards the Divine. It is going to be that meta Satanic into crits build, just to make sure you get maximum value if you get a Divine Rapier later on. But he may be forced to buy one sooner rather than later.
Tower is under attack. It may yet Dire's bottom tower has fallen. It will be a ruin long studied.
Bottom tier 2 now exposed. Lucas with the Fiery Soul should have no hard time at all dealing with that tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dire's bottom tower has
Two tier 2s down. Death Prophet ultimate in 15 seconds. Lina though, double damage rune to or amplify damage rune I guess it's called nowadays, to make sure the tower melts even faster, but they will initiate on the Lina, which isn't the smartest idea probably with Shadow Tower there being there in position to save her. Gyrocopter has his BKB, however, with the BKB they will be able to run down the Lina. Lina, however, gets saved by the Queen of Pain as Io already died. Melojul comes in with the Exorcism looking for kills, but Queen of Pain and Tusk already killing off Jazu. Lucas dies, so will Jazu. Both teams now without a hard carry, without most of their damage. So Quantum will have to back off, at least until the Death Prophet ultimate is over. Melojul finds himself an Invis rune as well. Great to be even more aggressive with. A minute till Lina respawns. As Shadow Shaman gets back into the fray as well. Quantum, they can't afford another team fight like that. Since, yeah, late game Gyrocopter may not be the best hero, but mid game paired with a Death Prophet, especially in a situation like that where people are being kited by you, people are being shot by the Aghanims while they're trying to catch up to you, he's very, very strong. Queen of Pain sets up onto Bellany and will yell him to death. Queen of Pain decides to just teleport away. As yeah, right now the name of the game is Don't Get Caught, and that's not how you play it, Centaur War Runners. Over on top lane, Shadow Shaman will blink, overwhelming him with the catch and setting up a ton of damage from Lina with the right clicks, with the massive freaking crits. Gold-wise, the game isn't that close anymore, as the Tormentor also goes the way of Quantum. Quantum getting an Aghanim shard for the Lina, incredibly good given how fat Lina already is right now. Gyrocopter, meanwhile, down to a 6-second BKB already, but will at least get himself an okay Satanic timing to make sure that he can kind of out-sustain the Lina's right-click and burst damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tusk going for a BKB now as well. I'm not sure how great of an item BKB is, but if he can utilize it for another Aegis steal like he did the first time, it'll be amazing and pay for itself with just one activation.
It fights for its life.
And Axe teleporting out. Shadow Shaman ultimate gets dropped just to force Gyrocopter to stand still and deal with it. And chat's saying Lina shits on Gyrocopter if they even net worth at any stage of the game. I would agree. I would say it's a little bit different with Gyrocopter Ion. We're currently seeing it where Lina actually has to work for it and needs to make sure she actually gets a lot of damage in after the ultimate especially, right? Because otherwise Io just outsustains you. If you don't finish off the kills, then they're gonna heal back up to full in no time. Gyrocopter gets saved by the Shadow Demon. Queen of Pain comes in, tries to set up not just on the Gyrocopter but also the two squishy supports behind him. 3 people are running away, however. Razorblade manages to blink. Nice little bit of space created there. Lina, however, uh-oh. Obliterated, and yeah, that's gonna be Mellow Jewel getting himself a dominating streak. Death Prophet may have had a bit of a hard game against all of that burst damage, but still absolutely terrifying with the Exorcism. It is gonna be 1.5 minutes without the Exorcism for a while again. And keep in mind, how strong or not Death Prophet is depends on how well you're playing around her ultimate, right? How well you're making sure to be or not to be caught by Death Prophet.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
Everybody just going up the high ground, threatening the tier 3 tower though, trying to force people back into the base while the Lina is dead. And somebody's gotta respond here, even with Fortify. 35 seconds of this push is gonna be a full lane of Rex taken. There goes the tier 3. There goes the ranged Rex and the melee Rex. Bound to crumble as well. Alright, nice massive swing of gold in favor of Lynx. As they could just win this if they keep up out pushing their opponents and just forcing objectives, right? That is what makes their draft better. That is how they get the victory in the first place. Both boards going down here from the side of Lynx. Death Prophet ultimate has been activated and the IO did get out, so it's a support for support trade. Could have been a lot worse.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
With everybody from the Radiant now retreating via the bottom lane. Johnny Pro being with his Gyrocopter again to protect him and keep him safe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
3 BKB against 2 BKB. But it's not about the BKBs, it's about the Exorcism being down for another 80 seconds, meaning a huge window where Quantum can potentially take the team fight to the side of Lynx. Lynx in the meanwhile deal with the tier 2s one by one. Just want to end this game, make sure they get a good 1-0 lead to the series.
I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly.
And Roshan is up, but with Lynx swarming into the pit, not for long from the looks of it. Quantum, not sure what's going on yet, but they're starting to figure it out quickly. Grouping up around the Roche pit as Death Prophet Setting up Roche. Looking to go for the Shadow Shaman next. And yeah, I think this is gonna be the point where the IO gyro either ends or gives another comeback to the side of Quantum. Because you can already see everybody just trying to cut creep waves as hard as humanly possible on the Radiant side. Realizing that they gotta make space while their Shadow Shaman is down. Fortification is available to try and protect this tier 2 tower. We'll see if it'll be enough. Gyrocopter just keeps hitting it. And yet won't be. All tier 2s are now down. Lynx just gotta be able to get up this high ground. Deal with the tier 3s as well. Win rate wise, you can see Lynx. Yeah, they're snowballing ever since they took the Roche. This game is suddenly looking very, very one-sided. Though the bottom barracks were already a good indicator of just how scary their push is if they are allowed to hit buildings. Jazu, taking a lot of damage from the Lina, will deal with the ranged barracks still. And then just kind of carefully back off for now. Look at how much damage Jazu takes. IO is gonna keep him healed and sustained. Refresher shard is available for the Death Prophet. So, as long as Lynx commit for what could be the final team fight in the next 3 minutes, they're not in that much of a rush. Though Aegis plus Refresher shard, that's kind of the idea, right? And that's where the ridiculousness of their combo comes in. Out comes a call from the X with the BKB on, but yeah, I stated this before, if you have a BKB but the magical damage is still just gonna kill you, it isn't that great, as out comes the Centaur War Runner card to get the Gyrocopter out of there. It looks so silly. Out come 2 buybacks immediately from the side of Quantum, as Quantum are not laughing. They're taking this game seriously, trying to defend. And Queen of Pain bursted down. IO able to full heal up with the cheese and Shadow Shaman. He's gonna die for trying to set up a kill on the IO. So will Hardell on the Tusk. Centaur meanwhile with the card running for more kills. As Lina activates the BKB, will be hitting the Centaur, and a Queen of Pain ultimate will be enough to do the job. Lucas, now without a BKB, exposed but trying to teleport out, will be able to do so. Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon saved by quite a bit. Shadow Shaman, meanwhile, in a dangerous position still. Razorblade, will he be caught? Gyrocopter, nope. Not able to catch up before the blink is ready. Lynx, once again looking to go up the high ground now.
Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Wisdom's available. Gyro's gonna get the one, and the other one's also gonna be gotten by Team Lynx, so more snowball going their way. Everybody now grouping up in top once more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
No high ground push, just a little bit of flag handling the creeps. As the game has radically slowed down. Axe queuing up a refresher as well. Axe refresh, you don't see that every day, but it's a good sign that this game is starting to go to the late game, as in comes the initiation. Death Prophet with the ultimate doing massive damage will lead to Tusk dying first, with Gyrocopter also hitting into him. Everybody from the Radiant forced to back off, but they did get down that massive Titanic Shadow Shaman ward, just doing damage and forcing everybody back for now. Death Prophet with the Exorcism, investing in some health. As Gyro comes in, wants to deal with the ward, can't quite. Shadow Demon goes for a nice save, once again entirely annulling the Queen of Pain ultimate's effect on Gyrocopter. Gyro, so close to the Megas, and yet so far X comes in, calls him, but he will once again be saved, as now with the card and the IO. What a combo from the side of Lynx. We don't see the Centaur card every day, but like I said, I like it with the Gyrocopter. I think Gyrocopter and Bro are two of the only heroes that benefit from the Centaur card, right? And with the IO there, that was a complete turnaround. Because Gyro's low, gets full healed up again while having a fun little ride with the card and going wee, just enjoying himself. As the double G's are being put in the chat by everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, what a game number one. A close back and forth up until like 30 minutes, give or take. But eventually, even with Lina having more of a late game advantage, Gyrocopter IO is just too insane, right? The power of Gyro IO were what won the game, with the Centaur synergy as well. I will give credit where credit is due. This draft would have not worked out as it did without the Centaur Warrunner Aghanims. And I think more heroes should be getting Centaur Warrunner Aghanims and being able to just kind of benefit off of it like the Gyrocopter and the Drow do. Then again, Centaur already sees enough play, right? Amazing ultimates from him as well. I do think he's my MVP this game, and I do also hope that, of course, we're gonna get ourselves a game number 3 for the second series of the day, given that it wasn't too stumpy, it was very close and back and forth. We may just get ourselves some very good action and a game number 3 if it comes to that. I sure am hoping. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, see you all in a bit. I hope you're enjoying the show. JoeXD signing off. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome back to the second game of the final best of 3 of the day. Potentially the final game of the day already, depending on how well Quantum are gonna do here or not. But Quantum, if nothing else, they got a lot of synergy, and you can tell because 3 of their heroes have the same color, right? Like, they got Ancient Apparition, Storm, and Abaddon, which is unironically an insane combo, because if Storm gets silenced or stunlocked, Abaddon can come in with the Aphotic Shield and free him. The other way around, Storm can go in, Aghanim's Scepter, and just set up beautiful Ancient Apparition ultimates. Team Lynx, though... Alright, I'm not really sure what to say to that, because I'm not sure if Bad Rider support or if an IO is going to be picked up. Quantum, are they going to ban the IO here? I think they need to, right? The possibility of an IO coming out and adding so much more pressure to this draft is just terrifying. Puck and Dooza ban. Once again, a last phase Puck ban. We see that a lot. Dooza, though, is the kind of hero that either gets spam picked or gets completely ignored. Zero in between there. Void Spirit banned out as well. I would have liked Void. Void Spirit for Gyrocopter as a setup hero is terrifying. If you get your Remnant to latch onto somebody and Rocket Barrage follow-up or whatchamacallit, Call Down follow-up are both insanely powerful. Team Lynx. Okay, they are gonna go with Spirit Hero after all. It will just be the Ember Spirit. I'm slightly disappointed that they've made us wait so long for that, but hey, what can you do? It's still a decent looking draft. I do hope that Quantum can outdo it, already having a ton of synergy, just needing a really greedy carry. And see, I love that Lynx banned out the Morphling, because Morphling also is blue, and would have added so much to this blue hero synergy that it's just insane. Quantum looking to go for their last pick. What could be their last pick of the series? They need to not mess up here is what I'm trying to say. Get another blue looking hard carry. Unironically though, maybe Juggernaut. With the mask he's even blue, but it's not about the whole like having a blue mask to match the team synergy. It's about having a hero that can capitalize off of the Storm Spirit Ancient Apparition initiation, right? And kill the axe as well, because you're gonna need someone who has damage against the axe, who can prevent the call down and call and call down follow up from just wiping half of your team. As Quantum, last pick, Dawnbreaker coming out, great catch, a massive freaking ultimate. Not blue, but I do think it's gonna be a one-position Dawnbreaker, and I like the one-position Dawnbreaker. I think it has a lot of potential. We have seen it played a couple times before here in the European Pro League. And I'm glad that it's making a comeback in season number 27, because I think it's exciting to watch. It's also definitely an interesting hero, right? Where you can just kind of go farm and then ult yourself in across the map. So being a 1 or 2 or even 3 position where you take farm priority is really good. on the Dawnbreaker. I really like the playstyle that lends itself to. Quantum, I don't know. I mean, in game number 1, they already didn't have a favorable draft, and they made it look surprisingly close for how bad their draft was looking, right? Lynx, however, between all these absolute powerhouses of heroes, I don't know. It's once again momentum based, right? But I do think that we may just be looking at 2-0 if it's not some really good execution. Like Storm Spirit, of course, an insane momentum based hero. And yeah, I want to go with Quantum, but I don't know. I hope Quantum can deal with Jesu better than last game, because then we get our game number 3, then we get ourselves some real action here. It all depends on how hard Gyrocopter's game is going to be made or not. Since if Gyrocopter is just allowed to chill, well, things are looking very, very bad. Other than that, though, Team Lynx, I mean, I don't know. They've done surprisingly well in game number 1. They got a surprisingly draft here once again, but they have less Gyrocopter synergy, right? They don't have the IO, so if they have a kind of comeback similar to game number 1, where you're kind of coming back after 2 lost team fights, you're not going to be able to come back after 2 lost team fights. You're just kind of going to fall behind more and more as the game goes on once you've lost. And I don't know. We'll see. Like, it depends, because Ember Spirit can make up so much that you don't mind that you don't have an IO this game.
"30 seconds to battle."
Lynx. All up. I'm not sure if Meadow was standing in for them or if he's a permanent addition.
The battle.
They could definitely use Meadow Jewel on the mid lane long term. Now, that would be insane given his prowess on those spirit heroes and on those high map mobility heroes. Lucas, though, on the 1 position, Abaddon. Definitely a bit of a greedy choice. Though, as long as he survives these early levels, I think he's gonna be fine. Abaddon's still a very good 1 position and a very good core hero in capable hands. It's just that nowadays he feels incredibly squishy. You're no longer a strength hero, you're no longer a frontliner, and you don't really have decent health regen passively anymore either. Abaddon, he almost feels like an agility hero. There's a good reason why a lot of people build like Yasha items and agility on him. Well, bottom lane still all chill. No action there. Lucas, though, opting for an early Null Talisman, just to get that extra bit of mana regen, spam out the shields, right? Personally, I miss the days when Null Talismans used to actually give significant spell damage amplification. That was so fun on heroes like Abaddon that weren't supposed to build spell damage amplification, but needed to build it for the mana regen, right?
In a relative sense, even the gods of this realm mostly employ carnival tricks.
Dawnbreaker looking for the Soul Ring to make sure this game speeds up. Quantum for now though, once again just kind of keeping the laning stage quiet. Just like last game, it benefits them to not make any kills, not go for any engagements before level 6. So that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do here. Axe gets stunned up. Razorblade ran down, sharded, getting flag cannoned. As Jezu chases down the Dawnbreaker.
Structures are fortified.
But Jezu has no mana, just now that the Dawnbreaker is low health. And of course, not quite a coincidence, but still means no kill over on the top lane. Razorblade with a couple more right clicks. It's gonna go down, but the creeps will have claimed him there. Lynx already developing a gold lead once more around their Gyrocopter and Ember Spirit though. And Ember is gonna need some sweet time to come online. Not the best farmer. Gyro meanwhile, despite the fact that he's not gonna get that IO that he wanted so badly to lane with him, Jonu being a massive threat right now just because of the fact that he's got a save, right? You go on the Gyrocopter is gonna get snowballed onto you instead and then pull the trigger on those rockets. Uh-oh. Dawnbreaker almost fell there. It's gonna be alright. Razorblade comes in. Not quite in time for the turnaround though. Stonebank. Not quite killed off. Lucas alive as well thanks to the aphotic shield.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm gets the catch onto Stonebank. Stonebank wants to kill off the Abaddon, but doesn't quite get any kind of kill in time. CTC very happy with a stack of Galvanize. Needs the mana regen desperately, being in a Spirit versus Spirit matchup after all. Razorblade, one more hit from the Ember Spirit will take him down. Mellow Jewel. Well, same thing about the Storm applies to the Ember Spirit as well, of course, where every bit of gold, every bit of momentum you get to win against your brother helps. But it looks like Storm Spirit is gonna be the better one of these Spirit heroes early on, with overload after overload, just getting another stack there. Beautifully played. Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman in the meanwhile, just farming some stacks. And Jonu Pro wants to punish the Dawn, but Dawn gets out with the hammer.
Tower is under attack. Is Shell encroaching? Encroach no more.
Ember Spirit. Not quite there in time to get a kill, but will be there in time to get Jonu Pro that Wisdom Shrine.
Top tower falling shortly. Dire's middle tower
Dawnbreaker
is
forced to walk all the way back to base.
Radiant's bark has grown thick. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1. Shoved in with the gyrocopter's damage. This game is starting to look similar to game number 1 more and more. As gyrocopter caught, but a nice turnaround snowball keeping him alive while Razorblade gets turned into armor stacks for the X. Tusk dies, that is gonna be the position 5 dying, and Storm Spirit getting away with just a sliver of HP, and the last ball lightning he had mana for, but that is gonna be enough to set up a kill onto Stonebank. Stonebank once again goes down, not having fun on the X as Lucas swiftly cuts him down using that extra magical damage and the shield. As Lynx still just cultivating as much of a lead as they can. They're not really going for any big stacks
Radiant's bottom tower
or smoke plays for that matter. Lynx mostly just trying to deprive the Radiant of as much farm and space as possible. Nice Aged Apparition ultimate comes through, however, and yeah, there we see with the Storm Spirit committing in as well as the AA ultimate, they definitely still have enough damage to deal with this Axe and kill him off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
Storm Spirit wants to catch the Tusk. Ember coming in, trying to save his life, but Tusk. Jonu Pro actually died to a neutral creep at least. He's still gonna die, very painfully so, but the Mud Golem was the one to slap him down and just kind of kill him off.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
Jazu going for the exact same build he went for last game. Unsurprising. I mean, there was a small chance he would go magical damage instead against Dawnbreaker and Abaddon, right? But the farming speed is too good, and 2 more items and Gyrocopter could potentially push up the high ground. Though I think that may not be the case this game, given how fat the Storm Spirit already is. Storm Spirit gets embers, but in comes the Dawnbreaker, and it's gonna be Mellow Jewel traded for CTC. Quantum, I think they're not gonna be too pissed about that one, because Storm still got a stack before dying. And that was an excellent commitment of the Dawnbreaker ultimate, getting the Dawnbreaker out again after, making sure she's just gonna evacuate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can stop the flames.
Bad, looking for a Blink Dagger now. Bellany finally starting to, you know, go from that lane support to a bit more teamfight oriented once he gets that. And that's gonna be important, because just going so spread apart and not really being able to group is costing Lynx more and more, not just kills, but also stacks, going the way of the Storm Spirit, who's trying to brace for this mid to late game where his team is gonna be looking a bit rougher. Storm once again comes in, this time around trying to save the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman will not quite be saved. Tusk won't either, so it will be a support for support following that Axe kill. Quantum a lot more aggressive, playing cleaner Dota for sure, and with that amplified damage rune, wanna smash down this mid tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Bottom. With the Abbot still farming, X has completely been bullied out of the lane, just being too far behind, not in terms of damage, but in terms of sustain. Storm Spirit, meanwhile, still absolutely dominating this game. CTC jumps Bellany, kills him off, makes sure that lead is just going to keep favoring Quantum for a little while longer.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 1 is gonna die.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Gyrocopter still mostly free farming though, so we are gonna see Gyrocopter hit an amazing Aghanim Scepter timing. Bad Rider meanwhile comes in, clips the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman stuck up on the high ground, trying to defend himself with the Mass Serpent wards. Still alive, still being annoying, is eventually gonna die. So will the Ancient Apparition, but so will the Ember Spirit, getting frozen up by the Cold Feet. 2-for-3 trade. An okay trade, not the best one. X comes in trying to make it better, almost getting the team wipe with just the Abaddon living and teleporting away. Ooh, that was close, but he is gonna live, having the Aphotic Shield ready to purge off the battle hunger. Chat was saying it's looking like a 2-0 day, and I had my doubts, but it is indeed starting to look like a 2-0 day with Gyrocopter now having that Aghanim Scepter already done. Lynx. Can dictate the pace of the game for another 40 seconds. Dawnbreaker though, going for an Aghanims of her own. With that Aghanims of her own, Dawnbreaker's ultimates are gonna be so significant. Cause you get that lifesteal burn around you combo going, and just all together become really cancerous.
Dire's top tower is under attack. The Dire's hide has grown thick. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As out comes the Ancient Apparition ultimate, missing the Gyrocopter, hitting the Tusk. Tusk goes for the defensive snowball, trying to save the Gyrocopter. Will keep him alive a little while longer, not long enough to kill up Razorblade, but in comes the Ember, trying to deliver the damage. The Chicken will not save the Shadow Shaman. 2-for-2 so far, but it looks like things may just be getting worse for the side of Quantum, depending on if their Storm Spirit can get out. Okay, he can, but their Dawnbreaker can't. 2-for-3, so once again, just a tiny trade for the side of Lynx more. And this is the second time we see Lynx just getting a tiny advantageous trade going and turning it into a decent bit of gold lead and map dominance there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
His brain is so big.
Fights for its life.
I see for you a future full of death.
Three-man smoke by the side of Quantum. Quantum make it a 4-man smoke and have a Dawnbreaker ultimate Trying to catch the Dawnbreaker over on bottom lane. Not aware that the smoke is coming. It's gonna get caught, trying to hammer out. Not gonna make it. Storm comes in, wants to catch the Gyrocopter, will catch the Gyrocopter. Ancient Apparition ultimate, however, doesn't. And that means Gyrocopter now still alive, hitting back with the Aghanim Scepter. It's gonna be forced back off from the Abaddon. But with the flag cannon, Gyrocopter delivering so much damage, Jezu still not dead. Aghanim Scepter saving him till the end of the fight. Full-blown team wipe for the side of Lynx.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Oof.
there is little it can do.
Lynx, 7k gold lead, headed for the Roach Pit immediately.
Radiant structures are
Making this game look a lot more stumpy here than game number 1 if they can keep this going. I'm surprised that Gyrocopter Tusk is looking a lot better rather than worse compared to Gyrocopter and, you know, Io. Then again, Gyrocopter Io kind of had the problem that there was some decent nuke and there was some decent answers to the backliners, right? In the last game, which here isn't quite the case. There's not really any answer to the snowball,
its middle tower is losing its foundation.
like an OD or what have you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The gold lead not completely escalated as they aren't able to get the Roshan just yet, but in comes another flash initiation with the Dawnbreaker ultimate, with the Storm Spirit ball lightninging in, and that inside is gonna kill off Stonebank. Bad Rider just fending everybody off, trying to defend for now. No axe means Lynx have to be very careful about initiating, but knowing that Quantum snuck inside the Roach Pit, and they're gonna attempt to get this Roshan. With an Abaddon, they're even gonna get it very quickly if they commit the Shadow Shaman wards, which they will, so boop, Aegis for the Storm Spirit. Let's see if that gives them the
Under attack. It will fall like
comeback here or not,
middle tower.
given that Gyrocopter is still an absolute raid boss. Storm comes in, goes for the ball lightning, trying to catch 2, will not quite be able to.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been lost to war.
Ember gets his Yasha and Kai up and running. Or wait, that's a Saint and Kai, I think. Either way, he wants to go and fight, and they're gonna catch Dead inside, lassoed up, has a blade mail to try and keep himself alive, but with the blade mail that is being spread across 3 heroes, it is not gonna keep him alive. If anything, maybe enable a return kill on Jonu Pro, as Ember Spirit just jumps away, pretending like nothing ever happened. Not a great trade for the side of Lynx, given how freaking fat they are and that they're already 8,000 something ahead. Out comes an AA ultimate, but a 4-staff will save the Gyrocopter from it. Gyrocopter immediately turning around, is gonna get frozen up by the cold feet. Did get the missile out though, which is still chasing the Ancient Apparition. Ancient Apparition locked down, and bam. Bellany just laughing his ass off. Seems very amused by that, understandably so, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more.
Jazu trying to opt for a Hurricane Pike here. Hard L, meanwhile, fully committed for the defensive build. Interestingly enough, Glimmer Cape after the Solar Crest instead of before it. But Quantum with the tail end of that Aegis trying to still swing this gold around and make sure Gyrocopter isn't just gonna be able to one-shot people. They will get themselves the Aghanim Shard from the Tormentor in favor of their Shadow Shaman.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Three-man smoke from the side of Quantum against the three-man smoke from the side of Lynx.
With us, no more.
Lynx get some couriers for their effort, at least one. As well as the Hurricane Pike completed for the Gyrocopter, who's now queuing up the Daedalus. And shooting away at the mid tier 2 tower with that little side gunner as well. In on the mid lane comes the Dawnbreaker though, with a massive ultimate trying to get return kills. X, however, with the BKB spin onto 3 people, caught one with his ultimate already, is gonna be saved for a little bit longer by the Tusk Snowball. And X is gonna go down, but did make sure to deal with the Aegis at least, as Storm Spirit trying to get revenge. Storm, not the best Aegis carrier in the game for no reason, showing us off why that mana restore is so powerful on him, but down goes the Abaddon.
Dire's bottom tower hopes away.
And yeah, Storm will immediately go try and cut creep waves over on top lane, preventing this Gyro from pushing in at least. Lynx, they seem to be in charge of this game, especially now that there's no more Aegis on the enemy team. But they're also kind of like last game, struggling to end this, right? High ground push is still very difficult, and that shows they couldn't even push the tier 2 tower with Storm immediately going to cut the creep waves. Dawn looking for an assault chorus here. Well, Quantum, we're just trying to ward, but we'll get both of their supports killed for doing so. Shadow Shaman, an easy one. Catching up to this Ancient Apparition, maybe a little bit more difficult, but with the Walrus Punch. Meadow Jewel comes on in, cuts down Ancient Apparition with fiery swords through eyes. Move. Yeah, now this game is kind of starting to turn painful. Just a little bit.
The Dire's hide has grown thick.
As tier 2 killed off with the help of Gyro. And Storm, boom, turned into armor for the axe.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
Gyro will start rushing up the high ground, saying, guys, now or never.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But then backs off and decides, you know what? Actually, we can push high ground, but there is tier 2, so they're just kind of gonna chill, pressure out the bottom tier 2 slowly, while also making sure to deal with the creep waves as they come in.
Like a ripe apple. Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast, and it's about to have completely faded.
Radiant's bottom tower is now but kindling.
Just one more tier 2 standing. Top is being pushed out, as Quantum want to make sure that at the very least they can hold on to their base for a little while longer. 4-man smoke from the side of Lynx though, and as the teams are about to crash, Razorblade will get caught with his own ability as well as a flag cannon. $17k gold lead, and it's only gonna escalate further, ladies and gentlemen. This is fully the Lynx show until they somehow manage to... I don't even know what the comeback scenario is, because Stormsword has been playing excellently, but they can't suddenly have Abaddon just snap his fingers and have damage, right? And that's kind of the issue here.
Radiant's top tower has shattered. Radiant's top tower is under attack. A tool to teach.
Top getting shoved in now with no more tier 2 left to protect the base. Gyrocopter, however, not committing to hitting the tower. So everybody is just trying to instead go for this Roshan first on the side of Lynx. Lynx set up into the Roche pit, do massive amounts of damage. And yeah, Gyrocopter critting him for almost 1,000 means poor old Roshan. Not exactly long for this world. In comes Lucas for the initiation on the Abaddon. Dawnbreaker as well with beautiful 2-man stun, but Axe has a Culling Blade ready. Will just Culling Blade not 1 but 2 for the armor, while Abaddon trying to teleport out but not so lucky. And yeah, I think they may as well call it now, because the Roche fight, okay, one thing. Defending against Aegis is gonna be hard enough here, but an Aegis plus a team wipe, except for the Storm getting away, but still an Aegis with like a borderline team wipe. I'm pretty sure at this point we're looking at a GG. Now Gyrocopter finally decides to push up the high ground, but there is a fortification at least to buy a little bit of time for the side of Quantum. Tier 3 crumbled away with the Aghanim Scepter. And the barracks melting just as quickly. 25k gold lead now, with an Aegis still having 3.5 minutes on it. Everybody's alive from the side of Quantum, so Lynx are just gonna regroup for a second. Wait for more abilities and a new creep wave to push up this high ground with. But they're still very much intent on going. Storm wants to catch someone, but he ends up catching the one person he didn't want to catch, the Axe. as Ember Spirit just barely dodges the Anti-Apparition ultimate. Still a beautiful kill was made on the axe there, while Shadow Shaman tries to get himself out of there. Almost succeeds, but then in comes the Ember, cleaning up one, cleaning up CTC on the Storm Spirit as well, and Abaddon wants to teleport out, but nope. He will be full healed up, so who knows, may still make a little bit of space, keep the Radiant base alive for that little while longer. But Lucas will eventually be caught, and once you get caught there is no getting out. 3 people just hitting into him, godlike for the Gyrocopter. Jazzu definitely enjoying himself this game. He's making Gyrocopter look so easy this patch. Two more lanes of Rex, but while top is being defended, bottom about to bear the full brunt force of Gyrocopter's large caliber cannons. Gyrocopter meanwhile just purchasing a full-blown Satanic plus Aghanim Blessing, making sure that he doesn't even have to worry about making slots for the Aegis. With the fortification, the base is gonna remain standing, but with a minute on the Aegis, I don't think Jazzu wants to keep it that way. Walks up the high ground, starts dealing with the tower amazingly quick as the Roshan's banner starts empowering the creeps. Shadow Shaman out of position, and heal or no heal, down he goes. Dawnbreaker the next target, Shadow Shaman instantly buying back, but Bellany the only casualty so far on that Bad Rider of his, while buybacks have already been committed from the side of Quantum. And Quantum, okay, they got the Aegis maybe, with the Storm Spirit getting a beautiful 2-man initiation. Gyrocopter was dead though while that Ancient Ult was flying. Gyro now goes for a BKB, turns that into another kill on Hardell. And Lynx, they say nope, this is gonna be over right here, right now. We're gonna buy back, we're gonna end the game. And that's exactly what they'll be doing with massive amounts of push.
To save them. They were too late to save them.
Tier 3 taking a beating as well. And yeah, there it is. GG's in chat. Turns out my chat was right, and it indeed turned out to be a bit of a 2-0 game. I mean, Lynx were a little bit favored in this series, let's be real here. But just being the favorite team and, you know, having the enemy play with a stand-in in the first game of the series against taking this clean of a performance against them, bit of a difference. I think the drafts also mattered magnificently though. A large part of why Lynx made that look kind of easy was just going for the outdraft, was just going for the synergy. In game number 1 they had the Gyro Gyrocopter as well as the push from the Death Prophet. And when the push was kind of faltering from the Death Prophet, that's when IAO Gyrocopter came in with renewed Fury, with a relocate and a homing missile stun setup as well to kind of keep the game going. Whereas here it was the same thing, except it wasn't the Gyrocopter keeping the game going, it was the Gyrocopter just kind of fighting, just kind of playing carry. And then every time that the Gyrocopter was about to perish, it was like, and there's the Ember Spirit with a steel chair. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to be done for the day already. Looking at the stats and, you know, just how much of a stump this was in favor of Lynx. 12-2 Mellow Jewel Ember, definitely going to be my MVP here. Even though Jazzu Gyrocopter is a close second, I think this Gyrocopter game was looking a lot easier than the first one, but Mellow Jewel and the Ember Spirit was like the difference maker, right? Who needed to create all of the space for Gyro. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the show here at the European Pro League season number 27. And with that, I will be seeing you all tomorrow for more amazing Dota action. Thank you all for watching. Have a great one and peace out.